Welcome to the opening ceremony for the Rio 2016 Paralympic Games. Rio's famous Maracana Stadium is the venue for the colourful and moving ceremony we'll see shortly. We're looking forward to being joined by just over 5,300 athletes from 160 countries. And having had a sneak preview of what's in store with the opening, we're sure the athletes and spectators here at the Maracana are in for an absolute treat, as will you, wherever you might be watching at home. Now, the Paralympic tradition began almost 70 years ago after the end of the Second World War.
That's right, it actually began when Ludwig Guttmann, who is a German neurosurgeon, pioneered the idea of using sport as a way of rehabilitating soldiers and civilians injured in conflict. He began that movement in a small village in Great Britain, Stoke Mandeville, and he started these games with just one sport, and it was wheelchair basketball. And eventually the movement grew and grew, more nations joined, more sports joined, and eventually it became known as the Paralympic Games. I can't think of a better setting than here at the Maracana to kick off this sporting spectacle.
Indeed, the Maracana is not only the spiritual home of Brazilian football and indeed regarded by many as the venerable cathedral of the beautiful game, but it is also Brazil's most famous and familiar stage. And how fitting then that the opening ceremony of the 2016 Rio Paralympic Games should take place at this venue and on such a significant day for Brazil as a nation.
Independence Day, September the 7th. And a public holiday today. There have been all sorts of festivities going on, but in 1822 on September the 7th, Prince Pedro declared Brazil's independence after 322 years of colonial dominance by Portugal, and notions of independence, being strong, being able to be your own person, not having to rely on others, that's particularly a relevant notion on the opening day of the Paralympic Games. You know, and independence really starts with recognition and equality, and they'll be messages that I think we're going to hear more of once this opening ceremony gets underway in a few minutes' time.
I think the overriding theme, of course, of everybody has a heart, has been something that we've heard in the build-up, especially from those involved in the creative process of this opening ceremony of the Paralympic Games, the 15th Paralympic Games.
We are enjoying just a fantastic day of weather for the opening as well, so we're pretty sure at this stage that weather won't get in the way of the enjoyment of the festivities, and a very creative, unusual show that we know is coming, where we've been fortunate enough to have a look at the major parts of what we're going to see, and we can reassure you it's different, it's unusual, and it has a powerful message, and I think it's going to strike a chord with a lot of people.
Well, inside the venue, the crowd has been treated to a bit of a pre-show with some entertainment. There have been attempts at a Mexican wave in and around the Maracana, and I say attempts as another one begins. But indeed, there's been a great deal of festivity and cheer inside a Maracana that is seen so much of Brazil's greatest triumphs, and indeed some of Brazil's greatest disappointments with football over the years, going all the way back to their 2-1 loss to Uruguay in the 1950 World Cup, which saw them lose out on the title to their South American neighbours. But I think also a significant moment again for South America as a continent. Only Africa and South America have not hosted Paralympic Games previously, and this is a significant day that'll help drive the message of the Paralympic Games and indeed help transform attitudes, I think.
Yeah, Sir Philip Craven, President of the International Paralympic Committee, drives that message wherever he goes. We're looking forward to his arrival this evening, and the way he arrives may surprise and delight you. I'm looking forward to seeing it. These games, Dwayne, they're expanding, aren't they? We've got more participants, more sports. The movement is very strong and growing.
Well, that's one of the pleasing things to see with the Paralympic Games, is the fact that you've got now well over 4,000 athletes, which, when you look back to 1996 in Atlanta, just 20 years ago, you had less than half the competitors of these Paralympic Games. And the fact that you've got sports continuing to grow, we're seeing para-triathlon and para-canoe being sports that are introduced for the first time at the Paralympic Games at this Games, which means we now have 528 events in 23 different sports, with 160 delegations taking part as well. So it's continually growing. And I think that's one of the pleasing aspects of the Paralympic Games. And since the International Paralympic Committee was formed, one of the guidelines was to try to grow parasport and bring the message and the message of using the Paralympic Games to prompt change. We're starting to see more and more of it in countries where it hasn't necessarily taken shape previously.
Yeah, it's a force for social inclusion, and a very strong one. And host nations benefit in so many ways from having the double program of the Olympics and Paralympics. Infrastructure is left behind, but social change, perhaps an even more important legacy that the Paralympics bring to the host city. And you can tell, having been in Rio again for the last few days, that there's a groundswell of support and fascination and enthusiasm for what we're about to witness. Not only with the opening ceremony, but with the sports to follow. You can feel it in the city.
And you can feel it here within the stadium. The place is really filling up. The excitement is building. The atmosphere is fantastic. And I think people are really excited about the next 11 days of sports.
There's a bit a noise building within the stadium. It's quite fun to be here and to anticipate what's about to come.
Growing sense of anticipation, expectation as well from all those in attendance, those who've been lucky enough to get their hands on tickets for the opening ceremony of the Paralympic Games. This Paralympic Games really has seen a positive build-up, in the sense that Brazil, in the years leading up to hosting these games, has seen more and more success from their athletes. And what that does is it allows the crowds, the spectators, the audiences that will go to the venues, that will be watching on television, opportunity to enjoy and revel in the Paralympic success, particularly the host nation. We've seen how that drives competition, how that drives atmospheres at venues. And that, I think, is also a key requirement in actually raising awareness and stimulating change, and particularly in attitudes. This Maracana, the more I look at it, it's such a spectacular venue. And to the Brazilian people, to be gathered in the Maracana, this incredibly famous stage, for this opening ceremony.
It adds some kind of gravitas to the importance of the occasion. The opening ceremony for Paralympic Games 2016, and the watching the clock on the scoreboards, who were down to 6 minutes until the opening. The fun thing about it being Independence Day is that they've had a day off to think about it, you know, and to get here. And the Brazilians are very good at arriving just before it starts. We witnessed this at other events where I think, I'm not sure that everyone's going to come, and then suddenly the place is full. And we're in for an emotion-charged and fun evening.
I think the other thing is the fact that the athletes are going to be involved in such a significant... Just para-athletes are humbled, and where new faces become heroes overnight, so to speak. But also for the athletes, the prospect of interacting with delegates from around the world and just being exposed to a range of, you've mentioned social already, but also the cultural differences of athletes from nearly 200 countries around the world. That is significant for the athletes involved. And I think one thing that we have seen in recent games is that the events have been very athlete-centric.
In Paralympic Games past, one of the focuses has been to allow and encourage school children to come to events and see what Paralympic athletes do and can do, and that message delivered to young people is also really powerful and important. I know we're going to see that again here in Brazil 2016. There's been a real surge in ticket sales in the last few days. There was some negativity about how it would be received and supported. It seems that that negativity is now just gone.
I think so. I mean, there were 101.5 million tickets sold over the weekend, which just shows how much these people are buying into the Paralympic movement. They want to be involved and they want to see what these athletes can do.
Under 3 minutes now until the opening ceremony begins. Some of these spectators have been here for an hour and a half perhaps, just patiently waiting, anticipating. As the last few minutes tick away, you can almost feel the beating hearts quickening. Going to see a range of culture and a range of ideas expressed in the opening ceremony, and this way of Brazil of delivering what they can with what they have is going to be epitomised by the ceremony this evening.
Yeah, I think that's one of the overriding themes, certainly for Brazil, is the gambiarra, as they call it, this Brazilian talent for making something great out of very little. There's a constant attitude of improvising solutions for everyday problems, and that's something that has certainly been a key feature throughout the Olympic Games and indeed the Paralympic Games.
Under 2 minutes. And the exciting thing for 99% of the people gathered here is that they don't know what they're going to see. They're just going to let it hit them, and it's going to be a lot of fun for them. We've had a taste of it. We can't wait to see it delivered when it really matters. And a murmur around the Maracana as the one goes up on the big screens here. Under a minute left until the opening ceremony gets underway at the Maracana. We're confident that wherever you might be watching it around the world, you'll enjoy it. It'll make you think. It'll make you look forward to the events that we have in front of us. And I think it might make you wish you were here. We're very glad to be sitting here and to be helping you enjoy it, we hope. The opening ceremony for Rio 2016 Paralympic Games just moments away. A full Maracana anticipates what will be a great festival of sport. I hope you'll enjoy it.
Sure. O Rio de Janeiro continua lindo. O Rio de Janeiro continua sendo. O Rio de Janeiro, fevereiro e março. Alô, alô, realengo. Aquele abraço, alô, torcida do Flamengo. Aquele abraço, alô, alô, realengo. Aquele abraço, alô, torcida do Flamengo. Aquele abraço. Chacrinha continua balançando a pança. e buzinando a moça e comandando a massa. E continua dando as ordens no terreiro. Alô, alô, seu Chacrinha, velho guerreiro, alô, alô, Terezinha. Rio de Janeiro, alô, alô, seu Chacrinha, velho palhaço, alô, alô, Terezinha. Aquele abraço, alô, moça da favela. Aquele abraço, todo mundo da Portela. Aquele abraço, todo mês de fevereiro. Aquele passo, alô, banda de Ipanema. Aquele abraço, meu caminho pelo mundo, eu mesmo traço. A Bahia já me deu régua e compasso, quem sabe de mim sou eu. Aquele abraço pra você que me esqueceu. Aquele abraço, alô, Rio de Janeiro. Aquele abraço, todo o povo brasileiro. Aquele abraço.
The opening segment celebrating the beauty of the art produced in Brazil, the search for a new peace with the planet, and what they like to call in this part of the world the gambiarra, or the Brazilian talent for making something great out of almost nothing.
Senhoras e senhores, por favor, recebam o campeão olímpico Esgrima 1976, e presidente do Comitê Olímpico Internacional, Thomas Bach.
Well, this is the entry of the Brazilian flag carried by Rosanne Mikulis.
By Rosanne Mikulis, president of the Aldo Mikulis Institute. It will be raised by the firefighters of the 3rd Maritime Battalion.
A bandeira do Brasil é carregada por Rosanne Mikulis, presidente do Instituto Aldo Mikulis, e será hasteada pelos bombeiros do 3º Grupamento Marítimo.
Rosanne Mikulis, the daughter of a Paralympic pioneer, Aldo Mikulis.
Aldo was an advocate for people with disabilities or impairments, and he helped initiate wheelchair basketball competitions.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Brazil will be performed by Maestro João Carlos Martins.
Senhoras e senhores, o hino nacional do Brasil, que será executado pelo maestro João Carlos Martins.
And that was the Brazilian national anthem performed by celebrated pianist João Carlos Martins.
The anthem certainly has some history to it, composed by
Paulinho da Viola with the Brazilian national anthem. So the story of the opening ceremony begins with the birth of life in Pindorama, the land of the palm trees. The Brazilian territory was almost entirely covered by a thick forest when the Europeans landed here 500 years ago. This is a celebration of the first people that inhabited the forest, the indigenous. Today there are around 900,000 divided in 305 ethnic groups which speak 274 different languages. Indigenous cast emanating from a place where every June since 50 years ago the two traditional folk groups Caprichosa and Garantido face off in an arena in the middle of the Amazon rainforest. These 72 dancers represent their Indigenous heritage. Now the bands form 3 huge orcas, native huts. And so came the arrival of the Europeans. The journey of the Portuguese through uncharted oceans. Portuguese, this was the land where everything grows. In fact, one of the first things to grow here, a tree, Pau Brazil, was used to make red dye, and this tree ended up naming the country. Naturally, the arrival of the Europeans leaves a trail on the landscape.
And come careening down the mega ramp, a man who challenges preconceived ideas about disability or impairment. Well, perhaps no invention has had a greater impact on human history than the wheel, and the ceremony's creative team want to pay tribute to the invention that has helped all of us move around, infants, children, the elderly, and of course, people with mobility needs.
A samba circle. Butalakas is the multimedia artist behind the design of these unusual wheel-driven props we're seeing in this segment. Just over 1,800 of the athletes attending these games are wheelchair users. Again, this is portraying the idea that less is more, and Brazilian people can make a great spectacle with something as simple as a bike with all these discs around it, and it really does create an interesting show, doesn't it? Especially around the samba circle, where instruments like the flute, the clarinet, the surdo, which is a large bass drum, the tantan, which is a hand drum, shaker, pandiro, held by young Pedrinho da Salinha, the 7-year-old percussionist who started it all off. I think Pedrinho is having the time of his life.
Real confidence for someone of only 7 years old to be able to be here in front of thousands of people.
And the segment ends as it began, with a pandero solo.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the President of the International Paralympic Committee, Sir Philip Craven.
Senhoras e senhores, por favor, deem as boas-vindas ao presidente do Comitê Paralímpico Internacional, Sir Philip Craven.
We're going to take you to the beach in a moment. We're going to make our way there by honouring one of Brazil's great Paralympians, Daniel Dias.
Great Paralympians indeed, Daniel Dias. 9 medals, more than any other competitor in Beijing 2008, and he added 6 Paralympic gold medals, 4 in world record time in London. A 3-time glorious award winner for Sportsman of the Year with a Disability. 11 gold medals in 11 events at last year's Pan American Games. He is indeed one of Brazil's most significant hopes to clean up in the gold medal department.
This is going to be a tribute to the Carioca's love of the seaside and all that happens there.
Oh, this is a familiar sight in the early morning on a beach in Rio de Janeiro. These are the men that sell happiness, the happiness salesmen selling balls to all the beachgoers.
Not many of them are 10 meters tall.
Well, they walk across the beach and they start with this enormous bag of balls on their head. By the time they get to the opposite side, there is nothing left but an empty bag.
There are many countries around the world that enjoy a great beach culture, but does anyone love it with a passion the way the Brazilians do? Well, the Brazilians have had some great surfers over the years. Gabriel Mandina, Ricardo Bachao, Adriano de Souza, Phil Reichman. And there are some great surfing beaches not far from downtown Rio.
Jackie Silva, one of the greats as well, and surfing will be introduced for the Tokyo 2020 Games, of course.
And of course the beach doesn't stay empty for long, does it? We've got a cacophony of colour here, which really represents Brazilian beach life.
You know, you can go shopping by going to the beach. There's everything offered by the vendors, you know, from pineapples to bikinis and kites and crackers. It is such a colourful occasion. Stand-up paddlers. In Brazil, they have initiatives like Projeto Praia para Todos, allowing people with physical impairments to have access to the beach and enjoy all it offers. Planes with messages are always flying past the populated beaches. Play games like Altinha and Frescobol. The object of the game isn't too competitive, it's just to keep the ball above the sand. These machi vendors turn their dispensers into percussion instruments, machi being a traditional Brazilian beverage. Over 400 participants in this segment, 330 canvas and paper parasols. It is a karaoke ritual to applaud the sunset, which is happening over the scene now. As the opening ceremony continues, we're going to be asked if the faculty of sight dominates over the other senses. The idea behind this vision segment is to ask us to assess the importance of sight, how it helps us experience the world and yet tricks us occasionally.
There's a play on linear perspectives, forming a somewhat of an optical illusion, just enhancing the sense of hearing by bringing light and sound together through an equalizer. Two visually impaired dancers will perform a pas de deux. Renata and Oscar showing how we can develop new skills when we lack one of our 5 senses. Renata just 20% of her eyesight, and Oscar lost his sight at the age of 9 as they find each other across a tactile floor.
In this section here we can see Da Vinci's Vitruvian Man actually being challenged, a dancer mimicking the positions, transforming what he perceived as the perfect human body shape. It's just showing that there is power in imperfection and celebrating the diversity of the human body. Just 18 dancers on stage at the minute, but these human kaleidoscopes create the impression that there are actually hundreds of dancers out there.
In 2016, the Paralympic Games are for the first time being represented by pictograms.
What we have here are analog animations that you might find in a children's flip book.
Just beautifully simple pictograms. These large panels showing every Paralympic pictogram in an animation using bars that is a fully analog system that imparts movement to the various sporting codes depicted and illustrated. So simple, but on a grand scale.
Panels being brought to the stage represent the determined struggle of the Paralympic movement, illustrated eventually by the IPC symbol of the three agitos, from the Latin agito, I move. The agitos are the Paralympic equivalent of the Olympic rings.
What a great party.
Nossa, muito, muito linda festa.
Really amazing.
É, mas você reparou no que está acontecendo?
What should I notice? What do you mean?
Eu tenho uma notícia para você.
News. Good or bad ones? Boas ou más notícias? Que fumaça é essa?
This is carbon dioxide, mostly from the oil and coal we are using.
Dióxido de carbono, de petróleo e carvão?
Yes, it collects in the atmosphere.
Se acumula na atmosfera. E aí?
The temperature rises.
Esquenta o planeta.
Watch the temperature on Earth in the last century.
O calor na Terra vai aumentando no último século. E o que ele causa?
The heat is melting the ice cap.
O gelo dos polos vai derretendo.
Yes, look at Greenland in the last decade. It's disappearing very quickly.
A Groenlândia, como ela vai derretendo na última década.
When the ice melts, the level of the sea rises.
Aumenta o nível do mar. What a challenge for the coastline cities. Is there a way out?
Será? Será que tem jeito?
Uma flor nasceu na rua.
A flower has sprouted in the street.
Passem de longe. Bondes, ônibus, rio de aço do tráfego.
Buses, streetcars, steel stream of traffic. Steer clear.
Uma flor ainda desbotada ilude a polícia. Rompe o asfalto.
A flower, still pale, has fooled the police. It's breaking through the asphalt.
Façam completo silêncio. Paralisem os negócios. Garanto que uma flor nasceu. Sua cor não se percebe. Suas pétalas não se abrem. Seu nome não está nos livros. É feia, mas é realmente uma flor.
Let's have complete silence. Halt all business. I swear that a flower has been born. Its color is uncertain. It's not showing its petals. Its name isn't in the books. It's ugly, but it really is a flower.
Sento-me no chão da capital do país às 5 horas da tarde e lentamente passo a mão nessa forma insegura.
I sit down on the ground of the nation's capital at 5 in the afternoon and fondle with my fingers this precarious form.
É feia.
It's ugly.
Mas é uma flor.
But it's a flower.
Furou o asfalto.
It broke through the asphalt.
O tédio.
Tedium,
o nojo.
disgust and hatred.
E o ódio.
Mesdames et messieurs, à son arrivée, chaque athlète sèmera la bouture d'un arbre natif du Brésil. Les 11 000 boutures seront plantées dans le parc radical. La forêt des athlètes sera un legs pour la ville de Rio de Janeiro.
As they enter, each athlete will plant a native Brazilian seed. The 11,000 seedlings will be planted at the X Park. The athletes' forest will be a legacy for Rio de Janeiro.
Senhoras e senhores, durante sua entrada, cada atleta semeará uma árvore nativa do Brasil. As 11 mil mudas serão plantadas no Parque Radical. A floresta dos atletas será um legado para o Rio de Janeiro.
Before we were listening to the voices of the Grand Dame of Brazilian theatre, Fernanda Montenegro, and one of the world's most celebrated actors, Dame Judi Dench.
Ladies and gentlemen, the great moment has arrived. Please welcome the athletes of the world for the Rio 2016 Paralympic Games.
Senhoras e senhores, o grande momento chegou. Por favor, recebam os atletas do mundo para os Jogos Paralímpicos Rio 2016.
The Parade of Nations begins with Syrian-born leg amputee swimmer Ibrahim Al-Hussein as the flag bearer for the independent Paralympic athletes, the refugee nation if you will, and Ibrahim joined by Sharad Nasajpour, an Iranian discus thrower living in the United States. Given a rousing welcome to enter the stadium first.
Afghanistan.
And next up we have Afghanistan. They are led out by Mohammad Jirani, who is a javelin thrower. They've never won a medal, but their hopes rest on him.
We should explain the order is alphabetically in Portuguese, so the next nation out will be South Africa.
South Africa.
Very successful nation at the Paralympic Games. Flag bearer is Daniela Situ, multiple world and Paralympic champion. She's competing at her 5th Paralympic Games. Also watch out for competitors in the pool and on the track, of course, including many of the reigning Paralympic champions like Ilse Hayes, Hilton Langenhoven, Philippa Johnson-Dwyer in the equestrian and wheelchair tennis stars like Lucas Tolle, Evans Maripa, Potatsa Munchane, and then a veteran, Ernst van Dijk, hand cyclist and men's marathon competitor in his 7th Paralympic Games.
Germany.
148 athletes who will compete in 18 sports at Rio 2016. Germany come out next. Watch out for London 2012 T44 men's long jump champion Marcus Rem. He's the only Paralympic athlete to have broken the 8-meter barrier. And at the 2015 IPC Athletics World Championships, he set a new world record with a leap of 8 meters 40. It's a distance that would have won him gold at the Olympic Games here in Rio 2016. Other defending champions, though, include the women's wheelchair basketball team, with over half of the roster that won gold in London back again. And speaking of wheelchair basketball, former player Edina Müller now going to be representing Germany in para-canoe, one of the sports making its debut at these games. Just perennial contenders for medals are the Germans. And much expected of this delegation.
Angola.
Angola's 4 gold, 3 silver and 1 bronze medal have all been won by one-man sprinter Jose Armando Sayovo. He retired after winning the T11 400-meter Paralympic title. There are 4 athletes in Rio.
Saudi Arabia.
Saudi Arabia follow. They are led by long jump athlete Asad Sharaheli.
Arábia Saudita.
Algeria.
Well, Algeria has a strong tradition of success in athletics. 16 of the country's 19 Paralympic gold medals have been won in sports. The other 3 in judo, incidentally. And this is a jigsaw puzzle that's slowly being built as we look at the Algerian delegation making their way into the hallowed Maracana. That jigsaw puzzle just being brought in by the placard bearers one by one, representing the country with a name on the front and athletes' pictures, their faces on the back. And we'll slowly start to build a puzzle in the center of the Maracana. Majid Jemai, an Algerian 1,500-meter T37 athletes carrying the flag for Africa's largest country by area.
Argentina.
This is Argentina. A huge cheer has gone up for them. They're one of the more successful nations here at the Paralympics, winning 151 medals at the Paralympic Summer Games. They're led out by wheelchair tennis player Gustavo Fernandez. He is their best medal hope, and he'll be aiming for Argentina's first medal in wheelchair tennis at the Paralympic Games. He actually won the French Open earlier this year, and he is a genuine contender for a medal here.
There you see the jigsaw puzzle slowly taking shape. The photos of the athletes taken from their accreditation photos, over 6,300 of them.
An illustration of just how significant this is for the athletes.
Armenia next out, led by Grita Vardanyan. She's a powerlifter, also competed in the London Games.
Another piece of the puzzle drops in. It's the idea of creative director Vic Muniz.
The flag of Aruba, the Caribbean island that is making its Paralympic debut at the Rio 2016 Games, being represented by one athlete, flag bearer Jesus David de Marchena Acevedo. It's a historic moment for the athletes, and Aruba as a country, one of only 6 debutants at Rio 2016.
Australia.
Only the United States and Great Britain have claimed more Paralympic medals than Australia's 1,046. They bring a big team with flag bearer 41-year-old Brad Ness, a gold medalist in wheelchair basketball from Beijing, a 2-time world champion. Athletics, swimming and cycling are traditionally strong sports for Australia. Carly Beattie is a world record holder in her long jump event. Assuming almost legendary status though in the team is 35-year-old Kurt Fearnley. 11 medals across 4 games, looking for his 4th gold medal when he races the marathon on the last day, and then perhaps retires. Other prominent athletes, Evan O'Hanlon, a star on the track. Todd Hodgetts, he'll defend his shot put gold from London. Russell Short competing in his 8th Paralympic Games in shot put. Ellie Cole in the pool, 4 gold medals in London. Jess Gallagher, a winter Paralympian in alpine skiing, now a cyclist in the Summer Paralympics. And Melissa Tapper in table tennis, the first Australian athlete to qualify for both Olympics and Paralympics.
Austria follow, and Wolfgang Eibeck is leading the contingent of 27 athletes. Wolfgang is a track and road cyclist and 2-time Paralympic champion. He's their flag bearer. Austria have a strong Paralympic tradition. They've competed in every single Paralympic Games since its inception.
Azerbaijan, they won 12 medals in London 2012, including 4 gold, and swimmer Natalie Bronina, who became Azerbaijan's first Paralympic swimming champion, this time swimming representatives, the Saleh brothers, Dimitri and Raman, but the flag being carried by Ilham Zakiev, the former world champion and twice Paralympic Games champion in judo. Now 36, hoping to claim a 4th Paralympic medal overall, and perhaps a 3rd gold.
Bahrain traditionally have a strong team in athletics. All 9 of their Paralympic medals have been won in athletics. And their flag bearer, Fatima Nedden, will also be competing in that sport.
Bearing the flag of Belarus is Alexander Triput, a javelin champion of Athens 12 years ago at the Paralympic Games. And the star of this delegation is swimmer Ihar Boki. 5 gold medals he won in London 4 years ago. Incidentally, the current Belarus NPC president Oleg Chepel won 8 Paralympic medals between '88 and 2000.
Belgium.
This is Belgium, and they are led by Sven Dekker. He's a swimmer. Belgium have won at least 1 gold in 12 of its 14 games, and they claimed 3 in London, 3 gold medals. We're hoping they can add to that tally here, of course.
The man from Cotonou, Cosme Akpovi, carries Benin's flag proudly into the Maracana. Competing in the men's javelin throw F57. He's the only athlete in Rio for his country.
Bermuda.
Jessica Lewis leads Bermuda. She's an athlete. She also appeared in London 4 years ago, competing in the women's T53 100 metres, 200 and 400 metres. It was actually the London Games that Bermuda sent their first non-equestrian athlete, and that was Jessica.
Bosnia and Herzegovina.
Bosnia e Herzegovina.
Bosnia and Herzegovina. 2 silver and 2 gold medals. They've all come in sitting volleyball. Outside that roster, though, only a male and female shot putter. And female shot putter Zenita Klitsko carries the Bosnia and Herzegovina flag.
Botswana.
Botswana here making their first Paralympic appearance since 2004. They're led by Kate Loretzi Maboti. She competes in athletics.
Bulgaria.
Bulgaria have won 13 of its 14 Paralympic medals in the sport of athletics, and all but 2 of the competitors in Rio are from athletics, and includes Paralympic shot put champion of Sydney, Ivanka Koleva, now 47, but still competitive.
Burkina Faso.
Jacques Ouedraogo leads the Burkina Faso contingent. He competes in athletics. Burkina Faso traditionally send judo athletes, cyclists and powerlifters, but here we have someone who is competing in athletics, bucking the trend for Burkina Faso.
Burundi.
Athlete Remy Gomeze, Burundi's flag bearer at the opening ceremony of the 2012 Paralympic Games in London too. He's Burundi's only competitor in Rio.
Cape Verde.
Cape Verde here, led by Mauricio Fernandez. He competes in the men's T44, 100 and 200, and was their sole representative in London, as he is here.
Cameroon.
Waving and acknowledging the capacity crowd is Christian Gobe, Cameroon's only athlete in Rio 2016. He'll compete in the men's shot put F55. Cameroon competing in its 2nd Paralympic Games after debut in London.
Cambodia.
Camboja.
Vun Van is here carrying the flag for Cambodia. He's a sprinter. He'll compete in the T44 100 and 200 metres.
Canada.
39-year-old David Eng is the flag bearer. He won gold in wheelchair basketball in Athens 2004 and London 4 years ago, plus has silver from Beijing 2008.
Indeed, it was Australia who managed to claim gold on that occasion. That's chef de mission for Canada is one of the greatest Paralympians of all time, Chantal Petitclerc, the most decorated female track Paralympian of all time. She won 21 medals, 14 gold, and she's actually set to be inducted into the IPC Hall of Fame at these Games. I recall her last Games in Beijing 2008. She won every T54 track title from 100 metres to 1,500 metres, all in world record time. But there is some work for her to do. In London 4 years ago, Canada only finished 20th overall, its lowest ever ranking at a Paralympic Games, and won just 31 medals despite their large contingent. So this is a nation that was in the top 3 in the days when Petitclerc was competing, and they're desperately wanting to get back to that. Will it happen in Rio 2016 for the world's second largest country by area?
Qatar.
Qatar.
Mohammed Rashid Al Kubaisi carries the flag for Qatar. Qatari athletes have actually competed in athletics since the country made their Paralympic debut in Atlanta 20 years ago.
Kazakhstan.
Well, Kazakhstan yet to win a Paralympic medal, but certainly their hopes fall on flag bearer Anwar Akhmetov, the man who won bronze at the 2015 IPC World Swimming Championships.
Central African Republic.
República Centro-Africana.
This is the Central African Republic, led by Mikel Roddy Stefan Mokolongo. He is their sole representative here and will be competing in athletics.
Chile.
A rousing welcome for a fellow South American nation. Powerlifter Juan Carlos Corrido, who competes in the 59 kilogram class, and he'll get to compete against his idol at these Paralympic Games, Egypt's Sharif Othman, who's moved up to his weight class. But Christian Valenzuela, who won the men's 5,000 meter T11 to earn his country's only Paralympic medal, a gold one at that, is back to defend his title in Rio 2016. In this age of social media and technology, of course, always expect athletes to be capturing the occasion on their mobile phones, on their electronic devices. Some still have cameras,
People's Republic of China.
República Popular da China.
A very warm welcome for the People's Republic of China. They topped the medal table in the past 3 Paralympic Games. They've had great success in table tennis and won 14 of the 29 available gold medals in London in table tennis. Their flag bearer, though, is Jin Rong, who will compete in wheelchair fencing. Great support here for the Chinese athletes.
Always one of the larger contingents, and certainly great success in swimming and athletics and table tennis, of course, but I think cycling was the great success of 4 years ago, where Zheng Xini took 2 gold medals, but China overall as a country took 15 medals overall in road and track cycling combined.
A lot of these Chinese athletes might not be too familiar with Brazilian music. We're enjoying the mix offered by DJ Giaan Brazil. This special blend of electronic music, a playlist that's a blend of popular rhythms from different regions of Brazil.
Cyprus.
Chipre.
This is Cyprus, led by Carolina Pelendritou, who's the country's first ever Paralympic champion. She's a swimmer. She's a 3-time world champion, 2-time Paralympic champion, and she's the first ever living person to have their face on a stamp in Cyprus.
Colombia.
Colombia receiving a very warm welcome here from their South American neighbours, led by Nelson Crispin Corzo, who competes in swimming, and that's where the country's had most of their success.
This is the Republic of Congo. Flag bearer is just 19 years old, Badi Chris Bueso, competes in the men's discus and javelin F44. But more importantly, for the young man, he becomes his country's first Paralympian as Congo makes its Paralympic debut.
Democratic Republic of the Congo.
República Democrática do Congo.
The world's most populous francophone country made its Paralympic debut in London 4 years ago. Flag bearer is Rosette Luyena Kiese, set to compete in the women's shot put F57.
Republic of Korea.
República da Coreia.
43-year-old wheelchair tennis player Lee Ha-gel is the flag bearer for the Republic of Korea. Lee lost both legs in a car accident in 1988, the year, of course, that Seoul hosted the Paralympic Games. When they won 40 gold medals, they'd love a return to that level of achievement. And Lee hoping for a medal in Rio. No Korean athlete has won more Paralympic medals than 51-year-old table tennis player Kim Kyung-mook, who won 12 medals, including 4 gold between 1992 and 2012. He's back to participate in the Class 2 event.
Côte d'Ivoire.
Costa do Marfim.
Côte d'Ivoire, 38-year-old powerlifter Alidou Diamotene competing in his 4th Paralympic Games, aiming for a medal after a 5th place finish in London. 3 of Côte d'Ivoire's 4 Paralympic medals have been won by just one athlete, Oumar Kone.
Costa Rica.
Costa Rica.
Costa Rica, led by 51-year-old Lionel Solis. He's a road and track cyclist, leading their team of 3 athletes.
Croatia.
Croácia.
Croatia now. Branimir Budatic is their flag bearer. He competes in athletics. And they'll be hoping to follow up their performance at London 2012 when they had their most successful ever games, winning more medals than they had in any other edition. No golds though.
Cuba.
Cuba.
A roar of approval as well for Cuba. Dali Davis Rodriguez, 33-year-old, carrying in the Cuban flag, Paralympic champion in London 4 years ago. The Cuba's claimed 70 medals at the Paralympic Games overall. 31 of those have been gold, with 57 of those coming in the sport of athletics. And indeed, Cuba's most successful Paralympian is an athlete, 5-time gold medalist Unides Castillo, who's competing in 4 events in Rio.
Denmark.
Dinamarca.
Denmark brings a team of 21 athletes behind flag bearer Annika-Lika Dalskov-Rissen. She's from the sport of equestrian, which she's won 1 silver and 3 bronze medals in her 3rd games now. Over the years, the Danes have been most successful in athletics and swimming, but they're looking to improve on their solitary gold medal from 2012, which was won by Jackie Christensen in the shot put.
Dominican Republic.
República Dominicana.
Flag bearer Jose Frank Rodriguez, a cyclist who's been training in the United States of America in the lead up to the 2016 Paralympic Games. Proud moment as he leads out his country at the opening ceremony of the Paralympic Games, and the jigsaw puzzle continues to grow. Another placard bearer walking towards the centre of the stage.
Egypt.
Egito.
For the 2nd successive Paralympic Games, he is Egypt's flag bearer. Mitwali Matna, 3-time Paralympic champion, a powerlifter, 4-time world champion. There's another powerlifter to look out for, Sherif Othman, double Paralympic gold medalist in the fixed 56 kilogram class, but he's moved up to that 59 kilogram class ahead of the Rio Games. And how did he announce his arrival in the class? By setting a new world record of 210.5 kilograms in February this year. So Egypt and powerlifting seems synonymous with gold ahead of the Paralympic Games of Rio 2016.
El Salvador.
El Salvador.
El Salvador here, led by powerlifter Herbert Aceituno. It's the country's 5th Paralympic Games.
United Arab Emirates.
Emirados Árabes Unidos.
Well, former world champion sprinter Mohamed Al Hamadi, who took silver and bronze in London, is carrying the flag for United Arab Emirates. But also watch out for Sultan Abdallah Al Ariani, who represented UAE in shooting at the 2000 Olympic Games in Sydney before an accident caused him spinal injuries. And he was UAE's only gold medalist in London 4 years ago.
Ecuador.
Equador.
This is Ecuador, led out by Coleth Mendes, who will be competing in athletics. Also look out for Darwin Castro. He lost his sight 5 years ago, aged just 18, and he'll be aiming to claim their first ever Paralympic medal when he competes in the 5,000 metres in the T11 category.
Slovakia.
Eslováquia.
Slovakia led out by celebrated table tennis star Giaan. He's won 5 Paralympic medals in his career, including 4 golds. Claimed gold in both the Class 2 singles at the 2004 and 2012 Olympics, as well as gold in the men's class 1-2 team event in Beijing in 2008 and in London 4 years ago. He leads the team here.
Slovenia.
Eslovenia.
František Gorazd Tiršek, who won Slovenia's only medal in London, a silver in the mixed SH2 10-meter air rifle standing event, leads out his country. We've been reminded of sustainable development and eco-friendly initiatives here in Rio 2016, and Ljubljana, the capital of Slovenia, recognized as Europe's green capital.
Spain.
A huge roar has gone up for Spain here, led in by Jose Manuel Ruiz. He's a 4-time Paralympic medalist. He's carrying their flag. He competes in table tennis alongside Sydney 2000 champion Alvaro Valera, who is aiming to win gold here after 16 years. And watch out as well for Teresa Perales. She's a Paralympic icon. 40 years old, she says this will be her last games, but she's won the 100-meter freestyle race in the class S5 at the last 3 games. That's Athens, Beijing and in London 4 years ago. 114 athletes competing here for Spain across 14 different sports. We also have discus thrower David Casinos. He'll be looking for a 2nd Paralympic gold to add to his tally, as well as London 2012 cycling gold medalist Alfonso Caballo. He returns to defend his title.
United States of America.
Estados Unidos da América.
The United States of America being applauded by, amongst others, the IPC president, Sir Philip Craven. The cyclist Alison Jones, who has 8 Paralympic medals, but is also an alpine skier. The Rio Games, an impressive 8th for the dual sport Paralympian, and one of only a handful of athletes ever to have won gold at both summer and winter Paralympic Games, carrying the United States flag out, the Stars and Stripes.
The roster also includes track and field athletes Raymond Martin, 4 gold medals in London. Tatiana McFadden, 3 golds, 1 bronze 4 years ago. And there are 13 military veterans and active duty service members, some of whom were wounded in Iraq and Afghanistan.
I think headlining the action, though, for Team USA has got to be Jessica Long, the swimmer. She is the most decorated active US para-athlete with 17 Paralympic Games medals, but incredibly, she's only 24, but aiming for a 4th consecutive gold in both the 100 and 400-meter freestyle in the S8 class, plus her 3rd consecutive gold medal in the 100 fly. So she's following on in the footsteps of the most successful Paralympic athlete of all time, which is swimmer who is blind from birth, Trisha Zorn, who won 55 medals, including 41 gold in her illustrious career. And watch out for Jessica Long. Indeed, this contingent, the most successful country in the history of the Paralympic Games, 731 gold medals, and the only nation with over 2,000 medals in total.
Estonia.
Estonia's most recent Paralympic champion, Sirli Tik, who won the women's javelin F20 title at the 2000 Sydney Games, carrying the flag. There's another piece of the jigsaw puzzle, adds a few faces in the centre of the Maracana.
The idea of the puzzle will become clear when the athletes have all made their way inside the stadium.
Ethiopia.
Ethiopia now, they're led out by Samiru Demise, who'll be competing in athletics. They actually won their first Paralympic medal at the 2012 Games in London, where Wandier Delbu claimed a silver in the men's T46 1500.
The former Yugoslav Republic of Macedonia.
Ex-República Iugoslava da Macedônia.
The former Yugoslav Republic of Macedonia, led out by Nakovska Bikova Oliveira, who competes in shooting. She's the flag bearer.
Ilhas Feroe.
Flag of Faroe Islands for the second Games in succession. Faroe Islands having sent only one competitor. Freestyle swimmer Krista Morkor carries out her nation's flag. Technical staff, coaches allowed to march in the opening ceremony.
Fiji.
Mary Walesi Roden, the table tennis player, leads out Fiji in their 8th Paralympic appearance. They only won their first medal 4 years ago in London. And this is the Philippines. It's Josephine Medina who's flying the flag for them. She's a table tennis player. She also competed in London 4 years ago, and she went close to adding a medal for their country. She finished 4th in the Class 8 singles.
Finland.
Flag bearer for Finland is equestrian star Katja Karjalainen, silver medalist in London 4 years ago. She had a cousin who competed in the Olympic Games as a wrestler. Finland, very consistent at the Paralympic Games. They've won a medal at every Games it has competed in, except 1968.
Lots of cheers around the Maracana for France. And there are 33 athletes, part of a 90-strong delegation here in Rio. They're led by Michael Jeremias. He's a wheelchair tennis player. They actually won their 7th World Team Cup title in wheelchair tennis not long ago, and they'll be looking to reassert their dominance in this sport during these games. Look out as well for their wheelchair fencing team. They were silver medalists in London. We'll be looking for gold in the men's team foil here. And bronze medalist Alim Latresh will be aiming to top the podium in the men's foil B.
Gabon.
Gabon.
Well, Gabon represented by one athlete, Edmond Gombi, man now residing in Libreville, his country's capital city. Compete in the men's 100-meter T54. The man who works as a municipal agent in Gabon, making his way out. It was Anthony Obame, the Taekwondo silver medalist from London, who became his country's only medalist 2 years ago.
Gambia.
The Gambia, they made their Paralympic debut 4 years ago in London. Led out by Jaju Demba. He was the first athlete to compete in the Paralympic Games for them in London. He'll be competing in athletics, but actually started his sporting career as a wheelchair basketball player.
Ghana.
Ghana.
This is Ghana, led out by Yusuf Amadou. He'll be competing in the high jump and actually trains at home using 2 poles, a crossbar and a mattress.
Georgia.
Georgia.
Georgia now, led out by Zviad Gotachuri. He competes in judo. She competes in judo, sorry.
Great Britain.
Grã-Bretanha.
This is Great Britain. They've come with a large team and they've set themselves a target of at least 121 medals. That's one more than they achieved in London at their home games 4 years ago.
So Philip Craven obviously enjoying the entrance of the team. Flag bearer is 10-time Paralympic champion Lee Pearson. The 42-year-old equestrian rider from Staffordshire won 3 golds at each of the 2000, 2004 and 2008 Paralympic Games, plus team gold at the London 2012 Games.
Incredible achievement, and look out as well for celebrated swimmer Ellie Simmons, who competed in her first Games in Beijing 8 years ago, aged just 13. She also won 2 medals in London and set a world record for the 400-meter freestyle. and one of the country's most successful Paralympians, Sarah Story. She'll be out to add to her haul of 11 Paralympic golds.
Greece.
Well, Greece's 14 Paralympic gold medals have been won in only 3 sports: in swimming, athletics, and most recently in boccia. Maria Kordali, Nikolaos Pananos, and flag bearer Grigoris Polychronidis on the boccia BC3 mixed event. 2 of the trio back to help Greece try to defend the title they won 4 years ago. A large and cheerful Greek delegation. 60 athletes in total, 44 male, 16 female competitors.
Guatemala.
Guatemala now, they're led out by Oscar Armando Raxon, their sole representative competing in athletics. Guatemala's 2 previous Paralympic medals have actually come in weightlifting.
West African nation with a rich musical tradition will be enjoying the Brazilian music, certainly, but Mohamed Sanusi Camara, out of the capital Conakry, leads out the Guinean delegation. He competes in the men's 400-meter T47.
Guinea-Bissau. They made their Paralympic debut in London, and Cesar Lopez Cardoso is competing in his 2nd games.
Haiti.
Flag bearer for Haiti, Jean-Idriss Santerre, who lost part of his leg in the January 2010 earthquake in Haiti. He's set to compete in the men's shot put F57. Honduras flag bearer is international relations student at Catholic University of Honduras, swimmer Emmanuel Diaz.
Hong Kong, China.
Hong Kong, China, led out by Yu Chi-yi, a 7-time Paralympic champion and 9-time world champion. She's looking as strong as ever, coming into her 4th Paralympic Games. This is Hungary, led out by swimmer Rasko Gita. The majority of their medals have actually come from swimming. Out of 126 Paralympic medals, they've claimed 71 in swimming. India are led out here by Devendra Jarjaria. He's actually a defending gold medalist. He won gold in the javelin in London 4 years ago, which is one of India's 2 Paralympic gold medals. Their other one came in swimming back in 2004.
Indonesia won its first medal in 24 years at the London Games, with table tennis player David Jacobs winning bronze in the men's singles class 10 event. Flag carried by Agus Ngaimin. The swimmer, predominantly a freestyler, competes in the S6 category.
Islamic Republic of Iran.
República Islâmica do Irã.
The Islamic Republic of Iran, led out by Esrat Kurdistani, sitting volleyball player, selected as the Iranian flag bearer here. Captain of the national sitting volleyball team. But one to watch certainly is Zara Namati, Paralympic champion in London, who qualified as well for the Olympic Games, and her dream ending in the R64. But has a chance to defend the women's recurve W1, W2 class title that she won in London. She only took up archery in 2006, 2 years after a car accident left her with spinal injuries and both legs paralysed, but that didn't stop her from becoming Iran's first female Olympic or Paralympic champion. It's a large delegation that's been sent by the Islamic Republic of Iran, as the Mexican wave is now broken out inside the Maracana during this parade for the athletes. A couple of birthdays in the delegation as well.
Two athletes from Iran are actually celebrating their birthday today. I can't think of a better way to do that, can you?
To be marching into the one of the great stadiums of the world for the opening ceremony of the Paralympic Games, which is the pinnacle of parasport. Sensational birthday present. Over 100 athletes in the delegation for the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Iraq next out here, led by Rasul Hussein, a powerlifter. Leading 14 athletes competing for the country. They'll be aiming to follow up the London Games as their most successful ever. They claimed 3 medals there.
Irlanda.
48 athletes that will represent Ireland in 10 of 23 sports are aiming to improve their London tally of 8 gold, 3 silver and 5 bronze, 16 medals in all.
And they're led out by John Toomey, who's a parasailer. He's their flag bearer in what is his last Paralympics. He's competed in 11 Paralympic Games and he leads the team out. And part of the Irish contingent, there is the fastest Paralympian on the planet, Jason Smith.
Iceland having won 15 Paralympic gold medals, with all being won in either swimming or athletics. Iceland being led out by swimming star John Margeir Sverrisson.
And this is Israel, led out by Shraga Weinberg, a wheelchair tennis player, who will be hoping to emulate compatriot Noam Gershoni, who won the country's only gold in London in wheelchair tennis.
Several people of Italian heritage in Brazil, and indeed Italy is warmly welcomed. They were the hosts of the first Paralympic Games in Rome 1960, and they're 9 medals away from becoming just the 13th country to win 500 or more Paralympic medals. Martina Caironi, the world and Paralympic champion over 100 meters T42, is the delegation's flag bearer. Somebody who was last year selected as Italy's Paralympic Athlete of the Year. There are 101 athletes in total for Italy, among the larger delegations in Rio 2016.
Jamaica.
A huge cheer has rung out around the stadium for the appearance of the Jamaican team, led by Shane Hudson. He'll be competing in athletics. And of course Jamaica with a very strong tradition of success on the track.
Japan hosted the second Paralympic Games in 1964 and of course will host the 2020 Paralympic Games in Tokyo.
Well, Japan being warmly welcomed indeed. There's a large Japanese community in Brazil, and indeed communities all throughout this vast nation that is Brazil. But headlining the 127-strong roster are world champion cyclist Masaki Fujita, world champion swimmer Keiichi Kimura, and wheelchair tennis duo of Shingo Kunida and flag bearer Yui Kamiji.
Japan's women's goalball team also returns, targeting back-to-back Paralympic titles.
Jordânia.
Table tennis player Ketam Abu Awad leads out Jordan for their 8th Paralympic Games, with 10 athletes in the Jordan delegation competing in athletics, powerlifting and in table tennis. And Kuwait, led out by Hamad Aladwani, competing in athletics, which has been Kuwait's most successful sport at the Paralympic Games. Of their 49 medals, they have claimed 42 in athletics.
Laos People's Democratic Republic.
República Democrática Popular de Laos.
Sole representative in Rio 2016 is powerlifter Pia, 3-time Paralympian Sima, having won Laos People's Democratic Republic's first and only medal at the Paralympic Games in powerlifting in Beijing 8 years ago.
Lesotho.
Lesotho, the kingdom in southern Africa. Ditsito Khutlele will participate in the women's discus throw F44, leads out her nation. No Lesotho athlete, though, has ever won a Paralympic medal.
Letonia.
Latvia, led out by Diana Dadzita, leading the contingent of 11 athletes here. She'll be competing in athletics, which is historically where Latvia has been very strong. In fact, all of their Paralympic medals have been won in track and field.
Women's powerlifter Ghazala Al-Akouri is the flag bearer. Libya's only medal at a Paralympic Games was won by powerlifter Abdul Rahim Hamid, bronze in Sydney.
Edgaras Matakas leads Lithuania.
Luxembourg.
Well, previously a wheelchair basketball player, Jules Wagner leading out the three competitor strong Luxembourg delegation.
Macau, China.
Macau, China.
Chen Yuchia is Macau, China's sole representative here. And he'll be competing in swimming.
Madagascar.
Madagascar.
Rebellino Indrasana is Madagascar's only representative for the second consecutive Paralympic Games.
Malaysia.
Malaysia.
Malaysia has a 19-member delegation in Rio 2016. Looking to improve on the two-medal haul from London 2012. They have a great chance through flag bearer Abdul Latif Romli, who's a world champion long jumper in the T20 class.
Malawi.
Malawi.
Kaunela Banda represents Malawi. And in fact, they are making their Paralympic debut here in Rio. It's a real honour to lead them out with the flag.
Mali.
Mali.
This is Mali, and Umar Sidibe is their flag bearer. Umar Sidibe becomes their third representative at a Paralympic Games.
Malta.
Malta.
Flag bearer is Ukraine-born accountant who grew up in Malta and naturalized Vladislava Kravchenko. She'll be competing in 3 swimming events for the island in the Mediterranean Sea.
Morocco.
Marrocos.
Morocco, led out by Azzedine Nouiri, will be competing in athletics. 19 of their 20 Paralympic medals have actually come from the track and field events. They won 32 medals in London, their most successful games, beating their tally of 31 from Beijing.
Mauritius.
Maurício.
Mauritius, led out by Victor Scody. He's one of 2 athletes representing them here. He competed in London in the men's S9 50-metre freestyle. He returns to the pool for his second Paralympics.
Mexico.
México.
Nili Miranda Herrera, a two-time Paralympic and eight-time world champion swimmer, leads out the world's most populous Spanish-speaking country. The women's powerlifter Amalia Perez, also having won a medal in each of the last 4 Paralympic Games. And she won gold in both Beijing and London, but watch out as well for now aging, but 52 years old, Salvador Hernandez Mondragon. He's a 7-time world champion and a 3-time Paralympic champion in the sprint events, T52 class.
Mozambique.
Edmilson Governo carries out the Mozambican flag. Women's T12 sprinter. Only the 2nd Paralympic Games for Mozambique, who sent 2 athletes to London.
Republic of Moldova.
República da Moldova.
Larissa Marinkanova flies the flag for Moldova. She also competed in London. She was one of 2 powerlifters representing the country there.
Mongolia.
Mongolia.
Mongolia, led by Batajav Dambadongdog. He's competing in archery, and this is Mongolia's 5th Games. Incidentally, their only gold medal was actually won in archery, and that was in Beijing in 2008.
17-year-old freestyle swimmer Ilya Tadic leading out Montenegro.
Myanmar, led by swimmer Ayung Myintmat.
Namibia.
Carrying the flag proudly of the 2nd least densely populated country in the world is Johanna Benson, who won the women's T37 200 meter in London 2012 to claim Namibia's first Paralympic gold medal ever, and was presented her medal by the great Namibian sprinter Frankie Fredericks, who's won all 4 of Namibia's Olympic medals.
Nepal.
And this is Nepal, led by Bikram Rana, competing in athletics. He's also flag bearer in London. And as his day job, he's actually a warrant officer in the Nepalese army.
Well, he's not just carrying the flag, he's Gabriel de Jesus Cuadro Holman. He's waving it around rather robustly. He claimed Nicaragua's best ever Paralympic results with a 7th place finish at the men's 800 meter T36 in London.
Nigeria led by Ibrahim Diabu. He's a sprinter and a long jumper in the T47 category.
Nigeria.
Nigeria. Well, Nigeria have won medals in athletics and table tennis at the Paralympic Games. Powerlifting has certainly been Nigeria's most successful sport, accounting for 39 of its 58 medals, including all 6 golds in London.
No surprise then that carrying the flag is Lucy Ejike, 4-time medalist and twice Paralympic powerlifting champion. Back in the 90s, they had Adoya Ajabola, a sprinter who in 92 and 96 won 100 and 200 on the track, Barcelona and Atlanta.
Colour explosion continues. The flags that have been carried by the respective flag bearers make their way up to a central stage behind the Brazilian flag, which was raised earlier in the ceremony.
Norway.
Norway led out by Bjornar Erikstad, who will be competing in the sailing. He won silver at last year's World Championships in Finland. Has got a real chance of a medal here in Rio.
New Zealand.
Nova Zelândia.
New Zealand led out by 21-year-old Holly Robinson. She'll be competing in javelin in the F46. She's picked up medals in the last 2 World Championships. Her brother's also an athlete of sorts. He competes in wood chopping, although it's not yet a Paralympic sport.
Sophie Pascoe, one of the greats from New Zealand, incredible medal hauls. I think she's the 3rd most successful athlete to come out of New Zealand for Paralympic sport.
Oman.
Mariah Al-Abri, who will compete in the women's javelin F54, carries out the flag for the Sultanate along the southeast coast of the Arabian Peninsula. It's a nation that has never won a Paralympic medal.
Netherlands.
Países Baixos.
Well, athlete Marlou van Rijn, affectionately known as the Blade Babe, is the reigning women's 200-meter T44 champion. She's a multiple world champion, being acknowledged by the head of the delegation and indeed by the crowd at the Maracana. They've got a host of world record-breaking swimmers as well. Netherlands, who've competed in every edition of the Paralympic Games and hosted the Games in Arnhem in 1980.
Palestine.
Palestina.
Represented by Hussam Azam, the Palestinian team's first ever Paralympic medalist, who claimed bronze in the men's shot put F53 in Sydney, silver in Athens, and was flag bearer at the 2008 Paralympic Games in Beijing as well.
Panama.
Panama.
Francisco Cadena leads Panama. He's a 37-year-old shot putter in the F55 category. All of the country's medals have actually come in athletics, 8 in total. So there's a strong tradition of success in track and field.
Papua New Guinea.
Papua Nova Guinea.
Women's T12 sprinter Joylene Jeffrey carrying out Papua New Guinea's flag. First and only Paralympic medal in Beijing 2008 was the men's 100 T46. Francis Kompoan, one away from the gold.
Pakistan.
And here's Pakistan, led by Haider Ali. He won silver in the long jump in Beijing. Pakistan's first ever Paralympic medal.
Peru.
Peru launch into the Maracana with the world champion C2 road race title holder Israel Hilaro Rimas, man who now lives and trains in Spain in Sabadell.
Poland.
Polonia.
Well, the double Paralympic hand cycling champion in London, Rafał Wilk, whose impairment was caused by a speedway accident during a 2006 race, leads Poland into the Maracana. His daughters, Gabriela and Victoria, both represent Poland internationally in gymnastics, incidentally.
Table tennis star Natalia Patica is a 3-time defending Paralympic champion in women's class 10 singles.
Puerto Rico.
Puerto Rico.
Flag bearer is the first ever female swimmer to represent Puerto Rico at a Paralympic Games, 15-year-old Paola Acuña. Only a delegation of 4 competitors. She is the only female.
Portugal.
And 3-time Paralympic gold medalist in boccia, Jose Machado, leads Portugal out to rapturous applause here at the Maracana.
It's particularly poignant on Independence Day for Brazil. Independent from Portugal 194 years ago.
Kenya.
Kenya.
Henry Kerwa leads Kenya. The three-time Paralympic champion middle distance runner was actually recognised by the UN for his dedication to sport. He was named the 2009 Person of the Year, and he flies the flag for Kenya.
Kyrgyzstan's flag bearer is powerlifter Jurgalbek Urusbayev, but Aristanbek Bazarkulov is his country's first non-powerlifter to compete at the Paralympic Games. He'll be participating in the men's javelin and shot put F43.
Democratic People's Republic of Korea.
República Popular Democrática da Coreia.
Democratic People's Republic of Korea made its Paralympic debut at London 2012, sending only one athlete. Flag bearer is Song Kung-jung, women's discus thrower, F57.
Romania.
Well, all three of Romania's Paralympic medals have been won by the flag bearer, cyclist Karel Eduard Novak, including his country's first ever gold medal when he won the C4 4-kilometre individual pursuit in London 4 years ago.
Rwanda.
18 athletes, including the national women's sitting volleyball team of 12 players representing Rwanda. The country's most decorated Paralympian, former world champion Hamish McAvaney, who will compete in the men's 400 and 1500 metres T46 events and plans to retire after these games.
Samoa.
This is discus thrower Maggie Iono leading Samoa for their 5th Paralympic Games.
São Tomé and Príncipe.
São Tomé e Príncipe.
An historic moment for São Tomé and Príncipe as the country makes its Paralympic debut, but a momentous occasion for flag bearer, the track sprinter Alex Anjos. He becomes his country's first and only Paralympian now.
Seychelles.
Seychelles led out by Cyril Charles, who competes in the T57 javelin, still competing at the age of 53.
Senegal.
Youssoufa Diouf, who set a new African record in the men's javelin F57 last year, and missed the World Championship medal by 1 place at last year's World Champs, leads out Senegal.
Sierra Leone.
The only competitor for Sierra Leone is George Wyndham, who became his country's first para-table tennis athlete. He'll compete in the men's singles class 4.
two-time Paralympic silver medalist and reigning world table tennis champion Borislava Rankovic leads Serbia.
Singapore.
Singapore, having claimed 4 medals in 2008 and 2 medals in 2012, the flag bearer, the swimmer Pin Shu Yip, who won Singapore's first and only gold in Beijing 2008 after winning the 50-meter backstroke S3.
Syrian Arab Republic.
República Árabe da Síria.
Former world champion Mohammed Mohammed, who will compete in the men's shot put and javelin F57, is the flag bearer, but powerlifter Rasha Al-Sit, who won Syrian Arab Republic's first and only Paralympic medal when she claimed the bronze in Beijing 2008. In a small delegation.
Somalia.
Somalia are led out here by Farhan Adawi. He's just 19 years old and only took up sport 4 years ago after being inspired by the London 2012 coverage that he was watching on TV at the time.
Sri Lanka.
Flag bearer is track sprinter Anil Prasanna Jailat Yoda Pedigi. He serves as a non-commissioned officer in the Sri Lankan army. Sri Lanka having claimed its first and only Paralympic medal when Pradeep Sanjaya Ugaldena finished third in the men's 400 at London. Back for a remarkable 10th appearance, shooter Jonas Jakobsen has won at least 1 gold medal at each of the past 9 Paralympic Games. He's claimed a total of 30, including 17 gold, since making his debut as a teenager in 1980. But the flag carried by reigning Paralympic and World Women's 100-meter breaststroke SB11 champion Maya Reichardt.
Sandra Graf flies the flag here for Switzerland. She'll be competing in both cycling and athletics. And is the reigning time trial champion and 2-time bronze medalist in the marathon. A quite remarkable athlete. Biondi Misasi leads Suriname. He competes in the 100 and 400 meters, T47.
Tajikistan.
Ramakudo Dodakudoev is Tajikistan's flag bearer. He's a shot putter and a discus thrower.
A 45-member delegation. The flag bearer is multiple Asian, World and Paralympic athlete Ravatana, who carries Thailand's flag proudly into the Maracana.
Twice champion, Sasuni Giaan has collected at least one medal in fencing at the past 3 Paralympic Games and is back to defend the women's Class B individual épée title she won in London.
Chinese Taipei.
Two-time Paralympic champion, 3-time world champion. That's Lin Zhu-hee, the powerlifter leading out Chinese Taipei.
United Republic of Tanzania.
República Unida da Tanzânia.
Ignis McAvaney is a shot putter and a discus thrower, and he leads Tanzania.
Czech Republic.
República Checa.
Czech Republic being led out by Yuri Ježek, man from Prague, proud road and track cyclist, and multiple Paralympic champion, and indeed world champion. 6 Paralympic gold medals in his repertoire.
Democratic Republic of Timor-Leste.
República Democrática de Timor-Leste.
The Democratic Republic of Timor-Leste, led out by Antonio Mendonça. He is an athlete competing in the 400 meters T47, just 20 years old.
Togo.
Togo.
A hairdresser by profession, powerlifter Aliou Bawa becomes the first Togolese Paralympian. It's a debut for Togo.
Tonga.
Tonga.
And this is Tonga, led out by Anna Talakai, a shot putter in the F12 category.
Trinidad and Tobago.
Trinidad Tobago.
Hakeem Stewart is the flag bearer. He became the first Trinidad and Tobago athlete to win a Parapan American Games gold when he won the discus F44 in Toronto last year, and a bronze at the World Champs. He's eyeing a medal in Rio 2016.
Tunisia.
Tunisia.
This is Hania Aidi, leading out Tunisia. She is a 3-time world champion in javelin, and she's taken the silver medal in the F54 category in the last 2 Paralympic Games.
Turkmenistan.
Turkmenistan are led out here by Sergei Maladze, who's a powerlifter flying the flag for them.
Turkey.
For Turkey, the flag bearer is Judoka Mehmet Tasbak, who only took up the sport in 2013 but is one of Turkey's best hopes for a gold medal. Powerlifter Nazmiye Muratli was Turkey's sole 2012 gold medalist.
And Ukraine, who are led out by Margarita Kryvalakina. She's a sitting volleyball player and forms part of the team that won bronze in London in 2012.
Strong team from Ukraine, but you can sense that with only about half a dozen nations left before the hosts come in, that there's this anticipation in the Maracana. We'll follow the tradition of the host nation coming in last.
In terms of anticipation, we still don't know what that puzzle is going to form yet. That big jigsaw in the middle of the stage.
Uganda came close to securing its first Paralympic medal at the 2012 Games as David Emong finished fourth in the men's 1,500 meter T46. He'll run again here in the men's 400 meter in 1.5.
And here come Uruguay, led by Henry Borge, who is a judo athlete. He's a real medal hope for the country. He's the reigning Pan-American Games champion.
Uzbekistan.
Flag bearer is Donior Saliev, the World Championship silver medalist, the men's triple jump T12, aiming to become only the second Uzbek athlete to win a Paralympic medal after judoka Sherif Kolilov, who won silver in London.
Venezuela.
The South American country led out by Saul Rojas, the track and field star. And included in the delegation is Paralympic judo gold medalist Naomi Suazo. Athletics bronze medalist Samuel Menares, also part of the Venezuelan delegation here in Rio.
Vietnam.
Vietnam went very close to claiming its first Paralympic medal at London 2012, claiming 4 fourth-place finishes in powerlifting and athletics.
Virgin Islands, US.
Ilhas Virgens Americanas.
US Virgin Islands here, led out by Ivan Espinosa, the 1500-meter T37 runner. Made the final of the event at the World Championships in Doha last year.
Alphabetically, the last country. A teacher by profession, though, who was injured while playing rugby, para-rower Takuzo Guariro, carries the Zimbabwe flag into the Maracana.
A suitably deafening response from the Brazilian crowd for their team. The flag bearer is Shirlene Coelho, a Paralympic and world champion javelin thrower, and a tremendous honour for the 35-year-old from Brasilia. Brazil's coming off a very successful Paralympics in London, where Brazilian athletes won 7 gold in athletics. They have plenty of medal chances again in track and field. A loud and colourful uniform, expect them to make plenty of noise at all venues. Terezinha Graminha is a sprinter with visual impairment, one of many to watch on the track. Veronica Silva Ippolito, a 20-year-old T38 sprinter, and Johansson Nascimento, a London gold medalist who famously proposed to his girlfriend after a race by holding up the written proposal on a piece of paper, showing it to the cameras. She said yes. And then Nascimento did his hamstring in the 100 final when he was most likely to medal or even win. Brazil has a team of almost 300. Earlier in the ceremony, we mentioned Daniel Diaz, who's won 10 gold and 3 silver medals in the pool in previous games. He has a compatriot in the pool, the appropriately named Andre Brazil. He's certainly one to watch for the host. Fans can call out his name in his country with one chant. Boccia player Dersen Pinto, a 2-time defending champion. And the Brazilian team's trek around the Maracana will take a few more minutes yet. just wonder how much emotional energy is spent by athletes in this situation. Getting the opportunity to march in front of their home fans, a moment they've anticipated for years. And performing at home certainly brings out the best. In fact, 9 of the previous 15 host nations have claimed their best finish on the medal table when hosting the Paralympics. Brazil has been improving its medal tally over the past 5 Paralympic Games, and they'll be confident that they can continue that streak. It really is fun to share in their joy. There are probably some officials wasting their time telling them to move along more quickly. They won't. And it doesn't matter.
This all just contributes to the eventual success of the Paralympic Games and continues to drum up support. But the delight on the athletes' faces is being part of this world-class sporting event in a world-class sporting facility.
Well, might they give the symbol of the loving heart, because it's so important to this opening ceremony and to these games in many ways. And we'll see another way shortly.
Signs of a heart as well, and everyone has a heart, the motto that the 2016 Rio Paralympic Games is living by. Oh, polite young gentleman. More and more signs of the heart. Getting an affectionate theme coming through here.
Returning the love being extended to them by this massive crowd at the Maracana. Brazilians are passionate and musical people, and all these ingredients are coming together to bring out the best in them and to make them even more excited about the occasion and what's to come. The last of the Brazilian athletes are in the stadium. They're a little way yet from taking their positions next to the other nations. If they perform with as much passion as they enter the stadium, they are going to win a lot of medals.
I've noticed there's a few empty seats because people are standing and dancing along. Just loving the musical experience as well in this nation of carnival, this nation of samba, this nation of dance and music. Such a tradition for Brazil. Only the Brazilian flag to join the 159 other flags currently on the stage.
The jigsaw puzzle is all but complete. The Brazilian delegation comes into Ohomem Falu a song that talks about diversity and unity.
Ladies and gentlemen, the athletes of the Rio 2016 Paralympic Games.
Os atletas dos Jogos Paralímpicos Rio 2016.
The last piece of the puzzle is placed by the creative director Vic Muniz. The athletes are indeed the heart of the Rio 2016 Paralympic Games.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Carlos Arthur Luzman, President of the Organizing Committee of the Rio 2016 Olympic and Paralympic Games, and Sir Philip Craven, the President of the International Paralympic Committee.
Senhoras e senhores, por favor recebam Carlos Arthur Luzman, presidente do Comitê Organizador dos Jogos Olímpicos e Paralímpicos Rio 2016, e Sir Philip Craven, presidente do Comitê Paralímpico Internacional.
Boa noite, Rio de Janeiro. Boa noite, Maracanã. Boa noite, Brasil. Good evening, bonsoir to all of you in Rio and Maracana in Brazil. My dear friend, Sir Philip, President of the International Paralympic Committee, autoridades nacionais e internacionais, international and Brazilian authorities, meus queridos cariocas, cariocas do mundo inteiro, hoje todos são cariocas. O mundo é carioca. We welcome you in Rio. The Paralympic city is ready. Here we stand to deliver history to be made by the athletes, the volunteers, and by you, right here, right now. Celebramos hoje grande desafio: construir mundo novo, mais acessível para todos, mais justo, mais fraterno, onde todos possam caminhar lado a lado sem obstáculos. É uma missão difícil que nos faz mais fortes. Quando todos duvidam, nós brasileiros crescemos. Somos o país das realizações impossíveis. Gostamos de trabalhar em equipe. Temos os melhores parceiros do mundo. Temos a melhor causa do mundo. Estamos aqui e agora, no Rio, no melhor lugar do planeta. Orgulhosos com a missão mais importante da face da Terra. Estamos juntos pela igualdade entre as pessoas. Gente que mesmo parecendo diferentes, tem o mesmo coração. Everybody has a heart. Todo mundo tem um coração. Coragem para enfrentar qualquer obstáculo. A determinação de nunca desistir. Brazilians never give up. Nós brasileiros não desistem nunca. Vocês, atletas, nos inspiram com sua paixão. Somos um país de apaixonados. Somos brasileiros. Saudamos também os voluntários. Eles são a alma incansável dos Jogos Rio 2016. Gente de todas as classes sociais que nos ensinam com um sorriso e uma disposição ilimitada. Muito obrigado a todos os voluntários. Agradeço a parceria dos governos federal, estadual e municipal, unidos com a Rio 2016 para a realização destes Jogos. Termino com o coração aberto em uma saudação aos atletas aqui presentes. Vocês são super-humanos. Não conhecem o impossível. You are superhumans. You know that impossible is nothing. É com imensa admiração que dedicamos estes Jogos e esta festa aos atletas paralímpicos do mundo inteiro. Congratulations, you are our heroes. Vocês são nossos heróis. Vamos construir juntos um mundo novo. Rio is ready to deliver Paralympic history. Rio está pronto para fazer a história paralímpica do mundo. Boa noite a todos e obrigado.
Boa noite e bem-vindos ao Rio, a cidade maravilhosa. E sejam muito bem-vindos ao Maracana. Welcome to the start of Latin America's first Paralympic Games. 194 years ago today, Prince Dom Pedro I declared Brazil's independence, and tonight marks another new dawn in this country's colourful and proud history. The Rio 2016 Paralympic Games will bring a new perspective to everyone in this country by showing that the human spirit knows no limits. Over the next 12 days, through the performances of Paralympians, you will see the true meaning of sport and the true definition of ability. You will witness how Paralympic sport has the ability to inspire an individual and the outstanding capacity to transform communities, countries, and continents. In a country which has faced major challenges of late, Paralympians will switch your focus from perceived limitations to a world full of possibility and endless opportunity. They will surprise you, inspire and excite you, but most of all, they will change you. Proud Paralympians, you are role models for what the world wants to see in today's sporting heroes. You see obstacles as opportunities. You fight for your rights. And here in Rio, you have a unique opportunity to make for a more equitable world. Your values tell people what you stand for, and most importantly, who you are. With the eyes of the world upon you, I ask you to send a message to the world through sport. Through your performances, tell your story, a narrative of inclusion, a tale of empowerment, and a legend that hope will always conquer fear. Show the world that there is no them, there is only us. A world where people of all abilities, races, nationalities, and sexualities can come together as one. We are all part of one world. Welcome to the 159 participating National Paralympic Committees, and most of all, show your support to the first ever independent Paralympic athletes team, featuring 2 refugee athletes from Syria and from Iran. At a Games full of inspiring stories, yours may well be the most inspiring of all. Athletes, you arrive ready to maximize your abilities and empower others to participate in sport. We have done our best to ensure a level playing field for all. In return, I ask you to play fair, abide by the rules, and most of all, have fun doing what you do best. You have before you one of the world's most beautiful cities. Rio is powered by its people, and the Carioca know what these games will do for driving social inclusion. Special thanks to the federal government, every Rio 2016 employee, the great volunteers and international federations for making these games possible. Thank you to the IOC for their support. Finalmente, obrigado aos cariocas e brasileiros. In the last weeks, you have shown great desire to make these your games, the people's games. Muito obrigado. It now gives me great pleasure to invite Michel Temer, President of Brazil, to officially open the Rio 2016 Paralympic Games.
Após esse maravilhoso espetáculo, declaro abertos os Jogos Olímpicos do Rio, celebrando a 31ª Olimpíada da Era Moderna.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Paralympic flag.
Senhoras e senhores, a bandeira paralímpica.
The Paralympic flag is carried by.
A bandeira paralímpica é trazida por
João Vitor, 8 years old, 8 anos.
Débora Francis, 7 years old, 7 anos.
Isabelle, 10 years old, 10 anos.
Marcelo Gabriel, 8 years old, 8 anos.
Nicole, 9 years old, 9 anos.
Carlos Eduardo, 13 years old, 13 anos.
Brenda Elis, 11 years old, 11 anos.
Daniel, 6 years old, 6 anos.
Felipe, 8 years old, 8 anos.
Nine children, 8 fathers and a grandfather. bursting with pride to bring in the RPC flag.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Paralympic Anthem.
Senhoras e senhores, o hino paralímpico.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Paralympic Oath.
Senhoras e senhores, o juramento paralímpico.
Ladies and gentlemen, to take the Paralympic oath on behalf of all athletes, Felipe Rodrigues, swimming.
Para fazer o juramento paralímpico em nome de todos os atletas, Felipe Rodrigues, natação.
Em nome de todos os competidores, prometo participar desses Jogos Paralímpicos, respeitando e cumprindo as normas que o regem. com o compromisso de não usar recursos de doping ou drogas, dentro do verdadeiro espírito esportivo, para a glória do esporte e a honra de nossas equipes.
Ladies and gentlemen, to take the Paralympic oath on behalf of all judges, Raquel Arrochelas, Boche.
Para fazer o juramento paralímpico em nome de todos os juízes, Raquel Arrochelas, Bocha.
Em nome de todos os árbitros e oficiais de arbitragem, prometo que vamos atuar nestes Jogos Paralímpicos com total imparcialidade, respeitando e cumprindo as normas que os regem, dentro do verdadeiro espírito esportivo.
To take the Paralympic oath on behalf of all coaches, Amaury Verissimo, Athletics.
Para fazer o juramento paralímpico em nome de todos os técnicos, Amaury Verissimo, Atletismo.
Em nome de todos os treinadores e de todos aqueles que integram a comitiva de atletas, prometo que vamos honrar o compromisso de assegurar plenamente a prática do espírito esportivo e do jogo justo, de acordo com os princípios fundamentais do movimento paralímpico.
Wow. This is what we heard from Saulo. Now Gabi Amarantos returns. She certainly is a force of nature, Gabi Amarantos. And that's the name of her next song. As Forças da Natureza.
Confessar, na hora que me olhou também olhei. Por mais de 2 horas que eu também fiquei te admirando. O som tava ali, o groove tava alto pra gente curtir. As meninas cochicharam que eu percebi que tava me querendo. Só que questão de tempo, só questão de chance. Pra isso acontecer, vira logo um romance. Seu beijo me conquistou, penso nele a cada instante. Sorriso contagioso, alegria viciante. Parece coisa de novela, um olha pro outro quando vê já era. Sentado na minha cama, pensamento vai nela. Que coisa estranha, eu na pampa. Você passava na minha rua, eu nem te dava bola. Toda simplesinha criança indo pra escola. Cabelo arrumado, sapato fechado, mas eu sempre soube que você tinha um rebolado. Me tiraram de conversar, na hora que não eu também olhei. E mais de 2 horas que eu também fiquei te admirando. O sol tava ali, o povo tava alto pra gente curtir. As minhas cochicharam que eu percebi que estava me querendo. E Satanite, toda elegante pra curtir um baile charme. A mina 100% zero de sociedade quando passa sorridente. É a mais linda da cidade. Olhou pra mim que eu vi, falou baixinho pra eu escutar. E fez suspense pra eu imaginar a gente se pegando. Gostoso aqui tá bom, essa da boa curte a sensação que vem da alma, vem do coração. Visante maluco, vem cá menina, entra na minha vibe, a casa é tua. Tira sua roupa, fica nua, que eu te levo pro céu. Eu sou educado, em algumas horas eu fico safado. Suas amigas comentarem eu esculacho. Pode vir me amar, meu bem, eu também garanto que de quieta você não tem nada. Eu adoro seu estilo abusada, é cheia de encantos. Pretinha, vou te confessar, na hora que me olhou também olhei. Por mais de 2 horas que eu também fiquei te admirando. O som tava ali, o mundo tava alto pra gente curtir. As minas cochichando que eu percebi que tava me querendo. Pretinha, vou te confessar, na hora que me olhou também olhei. Por mais de 2 horas que eu também fiquei te admirando. O som tava ali, o mundo tava alto pra gente curtir. As minas cochichando que eu percebi que tava me querendo.
Nego de Borel and the dream team do Pacino. Carioca Funk.
verdadeiro e o teu era pirata. O meu amor era ouro, eu não passava um pedaço de lata. Meu amor era rio e o teu não formava uma fina cascata. Meu amor era de raça e o teu simplesmente um vira-lata. Is my love you? Is my love? Se botar teu amor na vitrine, ele nem vai valer R$1,99. Is my love you? Is my love? Se botar teu amor na vitrine, ele nem vai valer R$1,99. Is my love you? Is my love? Se botar teu amor na vitrine, ele nem vai valer R$1,99.
All the athletes and those in the stand thoroughly enjoying a party here in the Maracana.
Quando o sol se derramar em toda a sua essência, desafiando o poder da ciência para combater o e o mar, com suas águas bravias, levar consigo o pó dos nossos dias. Vai ser um bom sinal. Os palácios vão desabar sob a força de um temporal, e os ventos vão sufocar o barulho infernal. Os homens vão se rebelar dessa farsa descomunal. Vai voltar tudo ao seu lugar, afinal. Vai resplandecer, uma chuva de prata do céu vai descer, vai raiar o esplendor da mata
Varantos with Don't Go Away. Nova Mbora. From Hull in England, this is Callum Scott.
Beautiful city, I choose to be happy. You and I, we're like diamonds in the sky. I knew that we'd become one right away. At first sight, I felt the energy of sun rays. I saw the light so shine bright tonight, so alive. We're beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Eye to eye, so alive. We're beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Somebody said, look up and look, friend. But does she love you better than I can? And there's a big black sky over my town. I know where you're at, I bet she knows. Yeah, I know it's stupid, but I just gotta see it for myself. I'm in the corner, watching you kiss her. And I'm right over here, but why can't you see me? And I'm giving it my all, but I'm not the guy you're taking home. Ooh, and I keep dancing on my own. So far away, but still so near. The lights come on, the music dies, but you don't see me standing here.
Callum Scott with Diamonds. And now the symbolic end to the Paralympic Games will happen during Yvette Sangalo's beautiful rendition of a Paz. One of Earth's elements, the fire, will be doused by the wind. Created by hundreds of pinwheels. Yvette Sangalo.
peace, the ceremony about peace, love and inclusion. The flame may be gone, but the light in Brazil will live on from these games.
Callum Scott and Yvette Sangalo. And there's more to come from the Brazilian superstar.
vai vir a noite, aproveite e liberte suas fantasias. Eu posso ser o seu vampiro, eu posso ser o seu anjo bom. Não relaxe, baby, mas sua sede escuta o meu som. Quando você tá perto, tem que voar. O clima rola numa boa. Quero ficar contigo até o dia clarear, porque o sol vai brilhar inteiro pra nós. Eu quero o farol dos teus olhos iluminando a minha vida. O sol vai brilhar inteiro pra nós. Eu quero o farol dos teus olhos iluminando a minha vida. Azul, o dia, a noite, todo mundo brilha fantasia. Eu posso ser o seu vampiro, eu posso ser o seu anjo bom. Não relaxe, baby, mas sua sede. Quando você tá perto, tem que voar. O clima rola numa boa. Quero ficar contigo até o dia clarear, porque o sol vai brilhar inteiro pra nós. Eu quero o farol dos teus olhos iluminando a minha vida. O sol vai brilhar inteiro pra nós. Eu quero o farol dos teus olhos iluminando a minha vida. O sol vai brilhar inteiro pra nós. Eu quero o farol dos teus olhos iluminando a minha vida. O sol vai brilhar inteiro pra nós. Eu quero o farol dos teus olhos iluminando a minha vida.
Que prazer! Boa noite! Uma honra enorme estar cantando aqui pra vocês hoje, nessa festa linda dos nossos atletas!
Poeira, 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 levantou poeira. Oh,
Big hit for Vetzagalo. Sota Grande, otherwise known as Guerra. Good fortune. A quite spectacular show. Did we expect anything else from Rio at the end of a Paralympics that has been a true triumph of the human spirit? A fitting, spectacular display, a wonderful Rio party, bringing the end to the celebrations of the 2016 Rio Paralympic Games.
Senhores, esperamos que tenham aproveitado os Jogos do Rio 2016.
Ladies and gentlemen, we hope you enjoyed the Rio 2016 Games.
A cerimônia de encerramento termina aqui.
The closing ceremony ends here.
Mas, como dizem os brasileiros, isso não é tchau, é até logo. A gente se vê em Tóquio.
But as the Brazilians say, it's not a goodbye, it's see you soon. See you in Tokyo.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Paralympic flame.
Senhoras e senhores, a chama paralímpica.
And so it's time for the arrival of the Paralympic flame and torch into the Maracana.
A chama paralímpica é trazida por
Athletics, Paralympic medalists, 2 gold, 1 silver.
Atletismo, medalhista paralímpico, 2 ouros, 1 prata. Antonio Delfino.
Antonio Delfino lost his hand at the age of 17. At the Sydney Paralympics in 2000, he won gold in his 400-metre final and won 2 more gold medals in Athens 4 years later.
Paralympic medalists, 1 gold, 2 silver, 1 bronze.
Atletismo, medalhista paralímpica, 1 ouro, 2 pratas, 1 bronze.
Marcia Malsa.
This is Marcia Malsa, a member of the Brazilian team back in the 1984 Games. She won gold, a silver and a bronze in sprint and middle distance events.
Inside the stadium, you can feel the warmth of support for Marcia Malsa. Starting to rain upon the Maracana, the floor a little slippery.
Athletics, Paralympic medalists, 4 gold, 8 silver, 1 bronze.
Atletismo, medalhista paralímpica, 4 ouros, 8 pratas e 1 bronze. Adria Rocha dos Santos.
Adria Rocha dos Santos. She was born with only 10% vision. She lived like that for 20 years before she stopped seeing completely. She competed in 6 Paralympic Games, beginning in Seoul 1988, right the way through to Beijing in 2008. She won an incredible 14 Paralympic medals, including 4 gold. She was a sprinter and ran 100, 200 and 400 meter distances. Lives with their daughter Barbara in Santa Catarina. Says she hopes that one day all Paralympic athletes get the respect that they deserve.
Coubertin, médaille de bronze, marathon, Athènes 2004.
Pierre de Coubertin Medal Honorary, Bronze Medal Marathon Athens 2004.
Outorgado com a medalha Pierre de Coubertin, medalha de bronze, maratona em Atenas 2004, Vanderlei Cordeiro de Lima.
It is an extraordinary cauldron, the creation of American sculptor Anthony Howe. 12 meters in diameter. Monsieur Georges is taking over the entertainment. He gives a parting hug to Clodoaldo Silva. I don't think the rain is going to dampen anybody's spirits right now.
Well, I think they've been wowed by the performances of not only the athletes marching their way into the venue, but certainly Amy Purdy's dance with Kuka was sensational to see. And to witness some of the greatest Brazilian Paralympians carrying the flame for the last few hundred meters in this venue, sensational before lighting at the flame by one of the absolute sporting greats from this host nation.
Monsieur Georges is a musician, singer and a renowned actor. He's one of the more remarkable voices in Brazilian music. And he's going to see out the opening ceremony of the Rio 2016 Paralympic Games. final song of the evening, É Preciso Saber Viver. You need to know how to live. A hugely popular song in Brazil, composed by Roberto and Erasmo Carlos.
Well, the cauldron has been lit, the games officially declared open, and of course what lies ahead immediately is 11 days of competition for over 4,000 Paralympians. But we've seen some amazing scenes at this opening ceremony of South America's first Paralympic Games. We've seen a reminder of the Brazilian talent for making something great out of very little, the Gambiarra. We've seen the diversity of Brazilian culture and the people. That's part of the magic of Brazil as a country. We've also been reminded that, quite simply, everybody has a heart, and looking to run with that motto, to use the Paralympic Games to prompt change, to prompt attitude change, social change, and leave a legacy.
The part of the speeches that drew the most enthusiastic acceptance were the notions of inclusion. If that's being embraced by Rio and Brazil, that's a great thing. We'll see that happen in the coming days as well. The Maracana has been pulsing, exploding, it's been raining, we've had cheering, dancing, singing, and even some booing, but I'd be disappointed if there wasn't. We've had the full gamut. It just proves that no politician is safe in front of a big crowd, no matter where they are.
Well, ultimately, it's the beginning of the 15th Paralympic Games, the first hosted by a South American country, and it's an
Well, full marks to the creative team who put together a great show. And it's whet our appetites for a wonderful Paralympic Games in 2016. The dancers, the musicians have played their part, and they deserve full credit for the show they've given us. I'm looking forward to the competition, and the scene has been set for a great Games in Rio.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming to the opening ceremony of the Rio 2016 Paralympic Games. We hope you had a great evening. Please have a safe journey home and enjoy the Rio 2016 Paralympic Games.
Senhoras e senhores, agradecemos a sua presença na cerimônia de abertura dos Jogos Paralímpicos Rio 2016. Esperamos que a noite tenha sido inesquecível. Desejamos a todos retorno tranquilo e que aproveitem os
Well, briefly, it tried to rain on the parade of the opening ceremony. Nobody cared, as they know how to party in Rio, and they know how to open a Paralympic Games in style. So lots of great competition to look forward to. We hope you'll enjoy it. We're confident you will. And thank you for being with us for the opening ceremony at the Maracana.